As they say around here, keep Austin weird. They're going to keep it electric today inside Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, home to the Longhorns. Today, we have one of those games that tests your focus. Top 25 team against an unranked opponent. Can you take care of business? As we'll see a team looking for its first win, the Astronauts, taking on the 17th ranked team in the land, the Texas Longhorns. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. And guys, can't wait to get this one started. Longhorns move, kick it away to start. On the move from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The Astronauts offense will get the first possession of the game. Here he comes, and obviously defense is always going to be aware of a quarterback, but boy, he finds a way to put defenses on their heels all the time, David.
I mean, what can't he do? He's got the weapons, he's got the confidence, he's got the experience. Jesse, these kind of guys are so hard to defend.
You're right. They better be able to find a way to get pressure on him, because if they don't, this is going to be a long day.
Goes to the option. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. This crowd going to try to make life miserable for these guys. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. Finds his man. It's O'Neal. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. The Astronauts line up to punt it away. A quick 3 and out, and they're already giving up the ball. He's got great speed. He was able to get that ball up to the 48-yard line before he stopped on the return. So the Texas Longhorns offense has the ball for the first time. First down for this offense. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. He's got it. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the play. Let's see if it stands. So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Offense gets set for 2nd down. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Pulls and fires complete. And they're able to get him on the ground. How aggressive might this play call be on 3rd and short from the 46? Off the RPO, quick throw to the right. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. And the Longhorns come to the line with a new set of downs. They move the tight end all over. Got his man downfield. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. They're in the red zone, and they'll pass it. Throws to the wideout. Give him 6. Touchdown, Longhorns! These two guys, they just shared a glance, and they knew exactly what to do, David.
And how many times do we hear that? The quarterback talk about it after the game and go, hey, I just looked at him. He knew what I saw. I knew what he saw. We're on the same page. We've done this before. That chemistry equals big plays.
PAT unit on the field. And the PAT makes it 7-0. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And they finish it up with a 15-yard scoring toss. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Let's see what this offense has dialed up this time. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. Caught in the backfield. It's made. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on 3rd down. Quarterback now on the run, still looking. Short gain on the play before he slides. And the Astronauts will try to pin them back with the punt. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. That's usually prime return position, but he'll make the fair catch just outside the 40. Here comes the Texas offense. That last drive really productive. David wound up with a touchdown. They'll try to do it again.
Yeah, so I don't expect this offense to change too much, Reese. They had a great drive. They got the touchdown. Everything working. I would expect them to keep pushing this ball downhill.
And just imagine if they could put another touchdown on the board right here. They could capture so much momentum in this game with back-to-back TDs.
He was running through tackles and picked up the 1st down and finally got knocked down. They'll give it to him again. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Went to the running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. Looking downfield, it's Brooks. Fires to the big fella. Well, hit the gas, kid, wide open ahead. He stopped just short of the goal line at the 1. An explosive play has him set up.
What a weapon this guy is, right? The tight end position, not only can he get open, he can run away from people after the catch. He's a big dude, so he's hard to bring down anyway, but the speed is what makes him different.
And the Longhorns look to keep this drive humming. They'll try to get it in with the run. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Texas!
I love running backs that have a nose for the goal line. Understand how to get there, finish strong into the end zone. Know I get 6, and then go celebrate with your boys.
On to attempt the try.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And they capped it off with a 1-yard punt. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He gets a block. They bring him down, but not before a really good return sets up this offense in solid field position. Looking for room. It's made.
And you want to run the football. That's okay. You'll take some of these. But if they start to add up down the road, obviously, you might want to think about airing it out a little bit.
Here comes the option. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. They've got a good chunk of ground to cover on 3rd and long from the 41. Off play action. Unleashes one. And this is going to be incomplete on 3rd. The Astronauts will send out the punt unit. They'll look to pin him deep. Not able to pop the big return, but they've got the ball back and ready to go with a fresh possession. And here comes the Texas offense back on the field. David, they'd love to do what they did last time and put this one in the end zone.
You ain't lying. They did a great job. The offense was clicking. Everything went well, Palmer. They executed and got the touchdown.
And they really were in a nice rhythm as well. And I'd love to see that here on the next drive, too. Just keep doing what you're doing. Everything seems to be working, and you seem to have this defense on their heels.
And they don't drag him down until he gets all the way to the 46-yard line.
That's a really nice-looking catch, you know, and it's shocking when you think about Texas Longhorn football. Not a lot of names jump out at you when you think about great wide receivers here, right? Yeah, Roy Williams, Jordan Shipley, not too many. This guy, though, I think has a chance to be special. This guy could go down in Texas history as one of the all-time greats.
Picked up some yardage with that completion, now second down. Looking for a man, it's Brooks. Unloads to the wideout. He's got an open man. Touchdown, Longhorn! Hauled it in and just kept right on running to the hallelujah land. These guys are really hitting their stride in week 4 as they push out that lead.
Really nice job working the route, getting himself open. He was able to locate the football, snag it out of the air, and this guy now has 5 receiving touchdowns on the year.
They'll try to add another to their lead.
For the extra point.
And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Vanderbilt has the lead right now, but if this team has taught us anything over the years, it's that no lead is safe there in Nashville. They're up by 7 over Houston. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. And they'll stop him after a minimal pickup. Win with the running game on first down, now back at it. On the option. And they'll bring him to the ground after a short gain. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Moves away as he feels pressure. And the quarterback is knocked down back at the 13.
And that is your job. The O-line has to protect the quarterback. That's the most important position on the field. You got to make sure you keep him upright. You got to do a better job.
And the Astronauts will bring the punt team onto the field. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. Makes a move. Oh, sweet feet. And he delivers the blow, and he's still running. Really nice job all the way around. Got a few blocks, made a couple of moves, and a good return on that one before he's pushed out of bounds. Off play action on first down. Throws for the tight end. Complete downfield. Almost took it all the way there, but it's a huge gain, and they're set up with a first and goal. The offense threatening. Close to the end zone now with a new set of downs.
Man, this quarterback is having himself a day. Over 200 yards in the first half. It was hard enough for Palmer to get over 200 in a game, more or less in the first half.
They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Can the defense stop them again on second and goal? Tries again to get it in. And he's swallowed up at the line of scrimmage by the big defensive tackle. They got stuffed on second down, and still they need 1 yard here on third and goal. Try to barge their way in. They were all over him, nowhere to go as that third down play turned into a disaster. Now on fourth down, they'll send out the field goal unit. And it's right down the boulevard. And now the lead is even bigger. So after the last drive ended with a field goal, the kickoff team out there to send it away. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. This drive will start from the 19-yard line. Pre-snap motion quarterback trying to get a read. Kept it on the ground on first down. Let's see what they do on second. They'll run the option. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. 4 punts already, and they've got to convert here to avoid a 5th. On third and long, try to convert through the air. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. He'll get away another punt. He's been really active today, and no doubt he's going to earn his varsity letter. Good job by the coverage unit to stop the return man. So Texas has it again, and here comes the offense. Out of the gun, they'll run it inside.
All right, well, the offense here, they're trying to get this run game established. They obviously don't break off a long run there, but they're just trying to find their footing at this point.
To the air, it's Brooks. Makes the grab. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down. Use the play fake, now to throw. Got his man. And they'll finally bring him down after he rips off a huge play. The Longhorns will have it 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Not a lot of daylight there. Let's give him 1 to the 14. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Right back to the well. And a good, solid pickup there before the defense knocks him down. The terrain gets rough this deep in the red zone. 3rd down, they can pick up the first without moving toward the end zone. And fumble! And the defense jumps on it, and they get that turnover.
That looks like a really easy thing to do. Oh, the ball's just on the ground. Jump on it. That's an odd-shaped ball that bounces all kind of crazy ways. Great job by the defense covering that thing up.
The offense basically has the whole field in front of them, backed up close to their own end zone. He'll ride his man on the option. Not a whole lot of progress made there on the short run. Kept it on the ground last time, bringing up a 2nd down. They'll run the option. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Got to protect the merchandise. Gets down without taking a hit. The astronauts send out the punt unit. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. Wide open, and it's a foot race. He's brought down, but a really solid effort to pick up every bit of yardage he could on the punt return. Back to pass, it's Brooks. Got his man quickly.
I'll tell you, when you got a tight end like this, it makes it a lot easier calling pass plays on 1st down, even if the defense is in zone coverage. He did a really good job there, working his leverage, finding the soft spot, and making it an easy completion.
Touchdown, Texas! That is the ultimate grab and go for the score. How about the renaissance of the tight ends? Inline, flexed out, split out. They can do a little bit of everything.
They really can. They're asked to block a lot of the times, too. But I tell you what, all the wide receivers out wide, the fancy toys, the fancy spread. Forget about that tight end. He does a little bit of everything. And then you reward the big fella throwing the ball, and he catches. So he really can do a little bit of everything in an offense.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. This offense prides itself on going after you, and they did with that long touchdown pass to finish off a 2-play drive. From inside the 10, here he comes. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. A lot of work to do as this drive will start from the 16-yard line. Now on the option. And he finds enough running room, and he's marked down at the 20. Running game worked on 1st down. Let's see if they go back to it on 2nd down. Sticks it in his belly. And the defense makes the stop after a minimal gain. Boy, could they use a conversion on 3rd and short from their own 24. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. On the option. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. The option look. He'll toss it. And he caught that pitch in stride and was off to the races. A big gain and a 1st down for this offense. And the Astronauts are on the move. On the option. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Sixth play of the drive coming up. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. They'll try to move the chains on this 3rd and long from the 50. He's looking to pass. Pressure coming. And he can't escape, and down he goes. Just a great job defensively, making him go through his progressions, and he really didn't have time to do it.
And that's exactly what you do in zone coverage. You drop in your spots, you read the quarterback's eyes, make sure you take away that quick stuff, and a great job rushing the passer and getting the sack.
The Astronauts will line up to punt it away. Just needs a crack to get a return. Everybody stays in their lanes well enough, and they stop him at the 31-yard line. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be second down. They'll run play action. Going for the big play. Grabs it inside the 10. And he motors into the end zone. Touchdown, Longhorns! This dude is lighting it up for the Horns, and some old-school Horn fans starting to think about that 500-yard, 4-touchdown day Vince Young had against Oklahoma State.
Bringing back great memories, and there's been some good runs at quarterback. You think about Colt McCoy, too, man. He put up some serious numbers, some serious wins. Can this be the next guy to catapult this offense, to bring Texas back to prominence?
And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Aggressive play calling on that drive. Just 2 plays, they get the long touchdown pass to pay it off. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Line gets set, first down. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to it. It's a fumble on the play. Defense falls on the ball. Going to be a turnover.
And the big fella blocks most of the time, but they kind of surprise you, especially in short yard situations. Hand it to the big fella, but you never expect him to cough it up and force the turnover. Man, what a turnover miss.
The Longhorns sending the offense back onto the field. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Tight end finds a soft spot. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Line getting set on second down. Power football with the run. Made a defender miss. Touchdown, Texas! And they take it in for 6 more points.
And the offense continues to run the football. The second rushing touchdown from the running back. The offensive line paving holes. Continue to feed this man the ball.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. They didn't have a whole lot of real estate in front of them when they took over possession, but they wasted no time. Couple of plays into the end zone. Guys, it is Texas who holds the lead. They largely dominated this first quarter as indicated by the stats. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. So they start this drive from inside their own 20 at the 19-yard line. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow at 2nd and 7. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. Goes to the option. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. Looking for that 1st down on 3rd and short from the 28. Looking to throw for it. Fires to the wideout. On target to the left. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. The back goes in motion. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. They ran it on 1st down, now on 2nd. He's looking to throw. Fires to the tight end. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the 1st down. They have work in front of them on 3rd and short from the 42. Calls his own number. Putting together a real scoring threat here as they pick up the 1st down at the 36.
1st down for the offense.
A little pre-snap eye candy for the defense. And he is just engulfed at the line by this giant defensive tackle. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. Here comes the option. He'll pitch it. Perfectly timed on that pitch, and they pick up the 1st down on the play. Finally, this offense starting to show a little juice. They've got a 1st and 10. On the option. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Kept it on the ground on 1st down, now back to the line. They'll run the option. He'll do it himself. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They've got a ways to go on 3rd down from the 24 as this defense tries to force him into a field goal try. Chunked it away just as he was hit. Didn't have much of a choice there but to get rid of it. And they decide to trot out the kicker. It's good.
Let's not say they cut into the deficit with that field goal. Maybe just, I don't know, tweaked a little bit of it away with their fingernail.
Astronauts, 3.
So after putting 3 on the board, the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away.
Texas.
On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. And here come the horns. They've got it again on offense. Here's the handoff. Just ran over it. What a nifty run there to pick up the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll ride the hot hand. Still on his feet at the 45. They'll get him down at the 48 after the 15-yard gain. Here they come 1st and 10 from the 48. To the air, it's Brooks. He's got his man. And he'll get behind those pads and deliver the blow and get it down to the 44. Now on 2nd down. From the gun, the running back looking for room. They are on the move down to the 32, and they pick up another 1st down. The Longhorns come to the line with a fresh set of downs. They'll throw it on 1st down. Quickly complete. Really short gain on that one. Defense all over it. 2nd down coming up. Fast motion from the offense. Out of the gun, they give to the back. Finds a crease at the 20. And how much running room have they been able to find on the ground? Man, are they piling up some gaudy rushing stats. The Longhorns will try to punch it in on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Longhorns! He's into his happy place, the end zone, and he's been very, very happy because he's been there regularly in the first half.
Most people are happy with, several touchdowns in a season, but you just feed him and he keeps getting in the end zone, keeps piling up touchdowns. Those stats are just climbing up and up and up. Thank your offensive line. Take him out to dinner tonight.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Dynamite matchup this week, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Kansas State needs to pick up the pace, but this puppy is far from over. And with this crowd there and the Little Apple behind them, I'm kind of banking on a comeback. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Kent State. Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business, gentlemen.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. They'll go to the fullback. They needed to find enough space and get it moving forward, and they're up to the 22. They'll need to convert this third down from their own 22 to get this drive jump-started. Nice move to keep moving. Brought down to the ground, but he has enough for the first down. And here on first down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. He'll ride his man on the option. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Let's see what they've got on second down. They'll run the option. Forges ahead. Picks up about 3 to the 29. Ball's at the 29. Defense can taste getting off the field. It's 3rd and long. He'll set up to throw. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. And the Astronauts decide to punt it away. I wouldn't quite call it a shank, but that's not exactly going to go on the resume reel. Excellent coverage that time. Didn't give him any room to set up a big return. So now the Longhorns take over and they'll send out the offense. If you like old-fashioned, grind-it-up, run-over-'em football, that last touchdown drive was for you, Jesse.
That was impressive, man. Great blocking up front and tough physical running by these ball carriers, David.
And now you wonder how the defense responds. Like, are they going to get way more aggressive to try to stop the run? I got to do something to break the rhythm of that running game.
And he finds some solid space, makes a nice game before the defense is able to stop it. Looking to pass, it's Brooks. On the run, fires downfield. Hauls it in. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. He's going to pass. And he's got it. Touchdown, Texas!
And that's what I love about empty sets and formations on offense, is that when you spread the defense out, you create bigger lanes to throw into. You saw it right there.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they cap things off with a scoring toss from 27 yards out. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Here comes the offense on first down. Pre-snap motion in the backfield. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Now on the option. He'll pull it on the read. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And the running game has collapsed so far on this drive, and now it's 3rd down. He couldn't find anywhere to go, and now it's 4th down. The Astronauts will punt this one away. 3 and out, and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. He'll call for the fair catch here. Here comes the Texas offense. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Oh, he's ready to take a shot. And it is a chunk play, a huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end. Just outside the red zone, 1st and 10 from the 21.
Yeah, and Palmer, I don't know what his grade's going to be, but hitting over 400 yards on the day, I think coaches are going to be pretty impressed with the day this young man had.
No doubt. I think for defensive coordinators moving forward now, you're going to be charged with having to find answers to try to slow this guy down. Today, we've seen this defense try blitzing, zone coverage, man coverage. They've mixed up personnel. None of it has worked. This guy has carved them apart.
They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. And he's sprinting. He'll take it all the way. Touchdown, Longhorn! Lining up to add another.
Kicker on for the extra point.
And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
6-6.
And he takes this from inside the 5. And good work by the coverage team to knock down the return man. And the offense takes the field, ready to go back to work. Running back goes in motion. And the freshman does a great job using his technique and getting the man on the ground. And here comes the offense on 2nd down. On the option. Quick toss. They shut it down quickly, but he gets 2 out to the 18. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. He lofts it high and deep down the left side. Fires into traffic, it's picked off. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
It's just part of playing the position, and that's an interception this young man's going to learn from. That's the first interception he's thrown in his college football career, and guess what? Probably not going to be his last. You got to turn the page and learn from it.
And here comes the Texas offense back on the field. Wide out in motion. He wants to throw. Looking to the big tight end. Got him downfield. He was smelling that end zone, but they get him down at the 4 after the big pass play.
Let it rip, young fella. Been closing in on 450 yards, throwing the ball early and often with a lot of success.
And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Texas!
You know, this offense knew coming into the season it was so important for this guy to stay healthy. They needed him week in, week out because he plays at such a high level, and he's showing it here. That last carry was his 10th rushing touchdown of the season.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. Let's see if he can make a play on the return. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. First down here for the offense. Moving the running back, trying to get the D to tip its hand. And he's stuffed by that big defensive tackle up front. Still sitting at their own 20 after that last one. Here's 2nd and 10. The option look. Quarterback on the keeper. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. And the Astronauts will call on their punt team. Well, what that punt lacked in height, it made up for by being short. And the punt team gets down there and gets the return man on the ground. So Texas has it again, and here comes the offense. They'll try the right side. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Tried to pound it on 1st down. Now back to the line. Motion from the offense. On the move at the 30. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a 1st down. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Strong run, picks up 6 down to the 22-yard line. 6-yard pickup on 1st down, leaves them with 2nd and 4. Just when they're looking run, now up top. Snagged in the end zone. Touchdown, Longhorn! Talk about a breakdown in coverage. That might be the easiest catch he'll have all day.
Doesn't get much easier than that, except the hardest part about this is the walk to the sidelines, because then you have to justify what happened, and your defensive coach is going to be just a smidge upset that you left that guy wide open in the end zone for the big play.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Wake Forest is in front. They've controlled the line of scrimmage to this point, but look at that score. This is a close game. They're up by 11 over the Sharks. We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere after picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. On the option. That may not look like a huge run, but they'll take it as it gets them up to the 24. Boy, could they use a conversion on 3rd and short from their own 24. Motion trying to get the defense to show his hand. And boy, is he close to that 1st down, maybe just a couple of inches short. The Astronauts will punt it away on 4th down. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Slips through the line. He was able to get that ball up to the 48-yard line before he stopped on the return. He wants to start this drive with a pass. Just masterful working that sideline and getting the toe down for the catch. They'll snap it from the 36. They've got a 1st down. He's looking to throw it. Working the middle, it's complete. Powerful running as he trucks his way to the 28. A little bit more to go after that last completion. They'll try to pick it up on 2nd down. And that's just a flat misfire, not even close to his receiver. They'll snap it from the 28 in field goal range, but it's 3rd and short. Quick completion on the out route. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense. They're looking to pass from the red zone. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down. 2nd down coming up on this red zone opportunity. Back to throw, it's Brooks. They get enough rush, and it pays off. The sack at the 20. The offense calls a timeout to stop the clock. Here they come facing 3rd and long from the 20. He's looking downfield to throw. Unloads to the wideout. Got it! They get him stopped at the 2, but it'll be 1st and goal. This offense has been a juggernaut, and they have a chance to pad their total just before halftime. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. The clock will stop with this timeout from the offense. They'll get a chance to regroup on the sideline. Can the D deny them on 2nd and goal? He's looking to throw. He's got it. And he was straining for the goal line, but the defense stopped him short. They'll come to the line, just 1 yard shot. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Texas! Well, somebody's been doing their box jumps.
You ain't lying. Getting up in the air. Hey, listen, I'm taking a picture of that, saving it. That might be my screensaver on my phone. That vertical way up in the air.
He'll try to tack on one more. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. So that's a 59-yard touchdown drive. And they capped it off with a 1-yard plunge. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Pre-snap motion quarterback trying to get a read. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. We played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Thanks, guys. Looks like we've got a superb matchup in Austin today. And we'd be remiss if we didn't start this halftime report by acknowledging the sparkling play of this tight end. The guy's like an aircraft carrier out there as a blocker. And then when he releases and shows off that speed and route running, he's almost unguardable. Gotta believe he won't be able to go anywhere in this second half without someone attached to his hip. And with that, let's get it back to our fellas at DKR.
All lined up and ready to go for a great second half ahead. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The Longhorns sending the offense back onto the field. They'll open the second half on the ground. Finds a little bit of space, gets 3 to the 22. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Running behind that left side. Getting that push. A pickup of 4 out to the 26. Facing a 3rd down and short from the 26. Back to throw, it's Brooks. He's right on target. And he was knocked down immediately short of the line to gain. They'll have to make a decision here. And the Longhorns line up to punt it away. The punters have had the day off up to this point. First one of the game. Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Got a little work done on first down, now back to the line. Goes to the option. He'll pitch it. There's a live football. Defense covering it up and not letting the offense get it back. It's a turnover.
Offensive players, when they got the ball in their hand, they're trying to make plays, right? Trying to make you miss. There's nothing better than closing that gap and sticking that head right in that guy's chest and causing a fumble.
And here come the Horns. They've got it again on offense. Wide receiver shows motion. Pulls and fires it complete to the right. At the 20, he's got space. He's brought down, but he's got him inside the 10. First and goal from the 8.
And as a defense, how scary is it having to defend this guy? He's one of the fastest players in America, and you saw it on that last play. It's not necessarily throwing him the ball over your head. They just get it to him quickly. The hard part now is running and tackling that guy. Not easy to do.
And the Longhorns trying to pay off the threat on first and goal. Wide receiver now comes in motion. With the run on first and goal. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. The run up the middle, looking for the score. And they try to run inside, and there is nowhere to go. 3rd and goal coming up here. Looking to throw, it's Brooks. Fires into the end zone. Touchdown, Longhorn! And the stomping has commenced.
Man, really nice job attacking the middle of the field. You see those safeties, man, I want to split them. He splits it right down the middle, throws that post, right on the numbers, catches the ball in the end zone, touchdown.
Ready to try the point after. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And the score comes on a 12-yard touchdown pass. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. So, guys, we'll get another look at this offense. Give to the fullback. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. They'll snap it from the 18 on 2nd and 8. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. A run up the middle is stuck for no gain. Now facing a 3rd and long.
3rd down coming.
Here's the snap, ready to cut one loose. Snagged in the middle, it's York. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. So now the Longhorns take over, and they'll send out the offense. Trying to find his man on 1st down. Catch inside the 25. Touchdown, Texas! And the route is on. With that last one, he now has 40 career touchdown catches.
He's just been a playmaker. This guy, they feature him. He's been in the end zone that many times because they can feature him in so many ways. They find ways to get him the football because, Colin, he always makes play.
And he's always open even when he's not. Throughout his career, think about it. Single covered, double covered, triple covered. You're still throwing him the ball because he's going to find a way to make it happen. 40 TD catches. That is awesome.
And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Hawaii is dominating this one thanks to an offense that's done whatever it's wanted since the opening kickoff. They're up 14 over the Astronauts. We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Hit hard as he released the ball on that 1st down pass, and it never had a chance. Here comes the option. Oh, and he can't hold the pitch, and the ball's loose. Defense just cradling that fumble and securing it. The offense starts with a short field. Wide out in motion. Off the play fake on 1st down. Spits it out to the back. They're able to keep him out of the end zone. He'll be stopped at the 2 after the big play in the passing game.
Nice job by the running back, catching the football and understanding where the 1st down marker was. I got to go get that 1st down. He did a nice job of it.
The Longhorns have it with a 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And they swarm him under. 2nd and goal for this offense. Tries again to get it in. Touchdown, Longhorns! And the punishment has been extended. When you're handed a break with unbelievable field position like that, you better finish the deal, and they did.
You saw the quarterback jog on the field. I think he gave a high five to every one of those players coming off that just put them in position to go score that touchdown. That QB knew this was a golden opportunity, and boy, he took advantage of it.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
Texas.
From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The offense set for a first down play. On the option. And he doesn't find much running room, a short gain on the play. This offense has a second down play. They'll run the option. That may not look like a huge run, but they'll take it as it gets them up to the 24. Boy, could they use a conversion on 3rd and short from their own 24. Caught near the sideline, it's made. And the Astronauts will try to pin them back with the punt. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. A low line drive and not his best work. Surprisingly makes a fair catch just outside the 40-yard line. Here comes the Texas offense. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. He makes a catch. Excellent job working through the air. They're finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down. Use the play fake. Now to throw.
I feel like this guy's having one of those games. It happens maybe once in your life. He's just been open everywhere on the field. He's been lighting up the scoreboard. He's turning these defenders around. They just simply can't cover him.
Oh, he got loose. And excellent vision to find running room there and make a really good pickup before the defense put a stop to it. Looking to move it through the air. Shoots it to the left. Wide open downfield. Defense is there to make the stop, but he's got the first down, and they'll have it 1st and goal at the 6. They'll try to get it in with the run. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Got rid of it in a hurry, but he couldn't find his man. It's incomplete. They've gotten pushed back, but it's still 3rd and goal. Looking for a man. It's Brooks. He caught it. He thought he might turn that into a score, but the defense able to wrestle him down short. They'll stop him at the 3. They'll try to get something out of this drive and kick the field goal here on 4th down. It's good. He hit that one right down the middle. And that'll add 3 more to a lead that is already way out of hand. That lead just keeps getting fatter, and this kickoff team doing a little running.
Texas.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Okay, so here comes the offense returning to the field. He'll ride his man on the option. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Out of the gun, the running back has it. Danced his way through traffic, pick up a 4 to the 19. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Oh, he can't hang on. That one was nearly picked off. Instead, he'll force a 4th down. The Astronauts will send out the punt unit. Fair catch called for and made. And here comes the Texas offense back on the field. Wide receiver coming across in motion. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Really nice run there. Good, solid pickup, and they'll move the sticks for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on 1st down, wants to throw. A strike downfield. And he'll be forced out of bounds, but not before yet another big play in this passing attack. This dude is putting up numbers. He has cracked the 150 mark in receiving yards.
Man, he's a weapon, Reese. He runs routes, he's fast, he's great with the football in his hands, and he can line up in a lot of different spots and run the entire route tree. I mean, what can't this guy do?
Inside the 15, 1st and 10 from the 14. Fast motion from the offense. Off the RPO, complete. You'll take 4 yards on 1st down every time, 2nd and 6. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Give to the running back. Touchdown, Texas! And the pummeling has started. They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And the capper on that drive, the 10-yard touchdown run. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The offense lining up for a 1st down play. They'll run the option. He'll keep it himself. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to adjust. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. And down goes the quarterback. There are penalty flags down, but it looks as if this might be on the offense. They'll decline the penalty here and let the result of that play stand. And the Astronauts will bring the punt team onto the field. Here's the punt, and he's done better. Not much on that one. Offense getting set for 1st down. Use the play fake, now to throw. Just a short pass to the tight end. And that is good versatility there and a big hit from the backer in pass coverage. Movement here from the tight end. The run from the shotgun. Finds a crease at the 20. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. Down to the 12-yard line, it's 1st down. He's going to pass. Fires to the end zone. Touchdown, Longhorns! And the beatdown has ensued. He's no stranger to the end zone. His 50th career touchdown grab.
Doesn't matter who's calling plays, doesn't matter who the quarterback is. You throw this guy's direction if you want to win games. He is a difference maker. He's one of the best in the nation. 50 touchdown catches is incredible.
That's just incredible production and just sustained production consistently, week in and week out in the lineup. You know, you're going to throw him the football, you know exactly what you're going to get. What an unbelievable number to hit.
And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. West Virginia is ahead in this one, but unlike the days of Don Nehlen, this has not been a blowout today in Morgantown. They're up by 11 over the Astronauts. We are the eyes and ears of the college football fan, and we've got you covered all day here in studio, guys.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. That may not look like a huge run, but they'll take it as it gets them up to the 24. Boy, could they use a conversion on 3rd and short from their own 24. Makes the catch. It's made. He steps out of bounds, but it will be enough for a 1st down. The astronauts come to the line with a new set of downs. The back goes in motion. Now on the option. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost one on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Give to the big fullback. Banging, slithering, whatever it takes to get that ball up to the 32. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Got away from trouble and got rid of it. Grab near the sticks. It's made. And he gets it to the 45-yard line, and that'll be a first down. A little pre-snap eye candy for the defense. He'll toss it. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. Here's an opportunity for this offense in search of its first touchdown. It's 1st and 10. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. After a good pickup on the run, it's 2nd down. On the option. Now the toss. It continues to be a long day as they are just swarming every time he gets the ball. Takes it from the gun on 3rd down. Pocket starts to collapse.
Well, on 3rd and short and field goal range, they dial up the pass play. Quarterback was trying to get through his progressions. There was just simply nobody open. Couldn't make an accurate enough throw. Ball falls incomplete. Now setting up a big decision here on 4th down.
So Texas has it again, and here comes the offense. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. Good vision and determination there to find his way up to the 23. 8-yard pickup on 1st down leaves them with 2nd and short. Dropping back, it's Brooks. Got it set up on the outside. There to make the stop, but he is a weapon out of the backfield in the short passing game, and they've got a 1st down. From the gun, the running back has it. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Well, after not getting a thing done on 1st down, it's 2nd and long from the 24. He's looking to throw. Got his man downfield. And he gets it to the 44-yard line. It'll be a 1st down. The Longhorns have this offense rolling. Going up top on 1st down. Throws to the wideout. Fires into traffic. Intercepted. And they'll drag him down after a good return on the interception.
Not all DBs make the play at the end, right? They can bat the ball down, they can be in position, but they don't really secure the football. Great job by the DB securing the football and forcing the turnover.
Couldn't order better field position for this offense. The give to the back. Using that running game to bludgeon forward. He's got 4 down to the 35. After the productive 1st down play, it's 2nd and 6. Coming after it. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
That defender was not fooled at all by the play action. He never thought the offense was running the football. He had his ears pinned back, used his speed to get to the QB.
Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. And the defense gets loose, bringing the heat, and down he goes again.
And it's been a long day for this offense. If you can't protect your quarterback, it's hard to be successful. That's the 5th sack they have given up. The offensive coordinator has no answers, and this defense has been flying around.
And the astronauts send out the punt unit. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. Wouldn't call it a shank, but I don't think he'll include it on his greatest hits. He gets it up to the 34-yard line before he stopped, and that's where the offense will set up shop. This drive will get underway from just inside the 35 at their own 34. The give on the inside. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. The play-action fake. Fires to the wideout. It's complete. They bring him down. He's got a first down, but that might be the final play of the third quarter. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the fourth. Handoff to the single running back. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Motion from the offense. Dropping back, it's Brooks. Makes the grab on the left. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play.
Brings up 3rd down.
Off the play fake. Throws to the tight end. He's got an open man. Touchdown, Texas! And the stomping has commenced. They push the lead out here in the fourth quarter and close to getting back on track and going 2-1. That is what we call in the industry a defensive breakdown. That guy was loose for the big play.
Busted coverage, really, really bad execution. Somebody slips, somebody falls. Nothing about that defensively is something you're looking for, but the offense will take it in and get the easy touchdown.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
Texas.
On the move from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. They'd love to put a long drive together here as they start from their own 21. Catch in the middle, it's made.
This offense has their work cut out for them, man, because the coverage has been so tight. And if you're not throwing to the sideline or you're not getting past the sticks, this defense is going to tackle you inbounds like they just did on that last play and bleed the clock.
Here they come, trying to convert a 3rd and short from the 28. They'll try to get it through the air. Grab near the marker, it's Schwartz. He'll have enough to move the chains. It's 1st down at the 38. The Astronauts come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on 1st down. Quarterback on the move, still looking. A really nice run and gain, and he gets down to avoid taking punishment. And the Astronauts have their offense in high gear. They'll throw it on 1st down. Got it in the middle, it's made. They stop him just a link or two short of the first, and man, what they can do on 2nd down here. Pre-snap motion in the backfield. Trying play action. Quarterback needs to make a better throw there. Incomplete. Ball just inside the 40 at the 39. It's 3rd and short. They'll try to get the first through the air.
And it's just been that kind of day for this quarterback and this offense, guys. They have never been able to get into a rhythm throwing the football. Timing's been off. Accuracy hasn't been great. We've seen some drops. Just not in sync, and that's why they find themselves trailing by a lot right here late in the game.
Quarterback adapting. He'll pull it down and run. Good run on the play, and he slides to avoid the hit. They're in the red zone. 1st and 10 from the 20. Trying to cap this drive with the pass. And he drops it just a little too slippery in the hands. Play number 9 on this drive. Running back goes in motion. Wants to fire on 2nd down. It's caught downfield. They make the stop at the 2, but he's got enough to give them a 1st and goal. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Astronauts. This game is almost certainly decided already, but the good news is for the next game, guys still flying around, still playing hard, not really hanging their heads.
Long season. This is early in the season. Still got plenty of time. Still find out which plays you like, which you don't, and keep running them, keep getting better at them. So use this as practice.
Lining up for the PAT.
For the extra point.
Splits those uprights right in half. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Vanderbilt is running away with things. And boy, if this keeps up, the party is on in Nashville tonight. They're up by 21 over Houston. Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business. Gentlemen?
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. They'll get the first down. It's spotted on the 49.
That's such a nice start to this drive, too, because you got the lead late. You want to run the football. You want to be physically dominant. Defense knows you're going to do it, and still, on the very first play of the drive, you're able to rip off a long run like that. Great vision there, and a nice job up front with surge by the O-line.
Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. Red pass, it's complete. Running with some authority as he bangs his way to the 43.
And I love the idea of getting this guy screen throws because of his ability after the catch. So nice job getting downfield, getting a hat-on-hat, and giving him a tunnel to run through.
Looking to pick up a first down on 3rd and short from the 43. Looking to throw for it. He looks that one in nicely. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the first down on the throw and catch. Use the play fake, now to throw. A shot toward the end zone. And that ball was in harm's way, and he is lucky to get that one back. Now on 2nd down after the incompletion. Holds and fires complete to the right.
I love offenses and quarterbacks that are willing to take the easy stuff. Take those easy throws that are guaranteed to get positive yards. Yeah, I'm going to take big shots down the field too. But don't forget, it's easier to pick up 2nd and 5, 3rd and 5 than it is when we start getting those long yardage situations.
The Longhorns have it in scoring position on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. Now on 2nd and goal. They're going to run it. Touchdown, Longhorns! And the route is on. They extend this lead, and it looks as if they are going to make it 2 wins in a row. Getting set for the point after. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Texas.
Here's the return from inside his 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. They come to the line for the first play of the drive, snapping it from the 21. They're going to throw it to start the drive. And the ball is intercepted. He was looking for running room, and they get him down at the 28, and now they are set up.
And I tell you what, as a quarterback, you've got to have a short memory. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to be asked to do a lot, and he throws his first career interception. If I'm the coach on the sideline, listen, I'm bringing him over. This ain't going to be your last, big fella. Like, you're going to make mistakes. It's okay. Put it behind you. Next play.
The Longhorns sending the offense back onto the field. There wasn't much need to throw it around on that last drive for the touchdown, Jesse. They got it done running the ball.
And, David, I don't think you have to overthink this thing. If they can't stop you running it, why would you stop handing it off? Just keep at it here on this drive.
Well, and if I'm the defense, I'm making some changes. I'm bringing in more big bodies. I'm playing more aggressive towards the line of scrimmage. I am not going to let them have that kind of drive again.
He works his way all the way down to the 3, and the defense is reeling. We'll see if the offense can punch it in on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. And he'll be stopped for no gain, still sitting at the 3-yard line. This defense was put in a difficult spot, but they've made it tough. And now the touchdown, Texas! And the punishment has been extended. They've built a little cushion and now closer to getting a victory here in week 4. What a grab and what a quick strike for that offense.
And when I'm an offensive coordinator and I see a short field, I'm thinking attack, attack, attack. Go get that touchdown. Take advantage of what the defense gave you. Great job by the offensive coordinator.
And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they finish it up with a 3-yard scoring toss. And he takes this from inside the 5. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. First play of this drive comes from the 14-yard line. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Oh, what a grab by the defense. Got some room to run. Touchdown, Longhorns! The defense puts 6 on the board with a big-time interception return. They push the lead out here in the 4th quarter and close to getting back on track and going 2-1.
And this is exactly what you dream about for a defense. Forcing the big turnover, making the pick, and then putting points on the board yourself. Great play by the defense.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. They're about to kick it away, and the defense probably can't wait to get back out there after the pick 6. Looks like he's going to try to return it. And the returner will be brought down. First down here for the offense. He wants to throw. Trying to get to him. And it's incomplete. It was wild, high and wide on that one. And now on 2nd down for this offense. Moving the running back, trying to get the D to tip its hand. Feeling some heat. Makes the catch. It's made.
And listen, I know that wasn't a huge gain. It was positive, but I like doing more of that in today's college football. I'm just going to try to give my playmakers a chance to do damage in space away from all the big boys inside.
Good call, good execution as they move the chains, and they have a first down at the 38.
That's a first down for the offense.
He's looking to throw it. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down.
At the 49-yard line.
Motion trying to get the defense to show its hand. And that is interception number 3 on the day. Going the other way, and he's got room. And he's going to take it all the way back. Touchdown, Texas! They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. They'll kick it off and send that defense right back out there to try to score again after the pick 6. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. He'll come out throwing on first down. Gets it out quickly. They get him down after he makes the catch. That last completion sets him up on second down. He's looking to throw. And he just threw that one away. Safe move, didn't see anything, lived to play another play. Couldn't find his man last time, and that leaves him with a 3rd and 6. The snap sets up to throw. The sure hands, it's York. And they gave him no chance to get loose, and they force a 4th down. The Astronauts will line up to punt it away. He's brought down, but there's also a penalty marker down. Let's see what this is about.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. So the offense keeps this drive alive thanks to the roughing the punter penalty. They're going to throw it again. Extending the play. And he has a solid gain on the play before sliding. Offense gets set for second down. He's looking to throw. They're bringing heat. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to avoid the loss. 3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. From the gun, wants to pass. Can't make the connection on 3rd down thanks to that tough, hard-nosed pass defense, and now it's 4th down. A low line drive and short kick. And nobody able to handle that punt. They'll let it bounce and roll out of bounds. And here come the horns. They've got it again on offense. The receivers often will run their route based on a side adjustment. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Unloads quickly. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. They'll keep it on the ground. They want this clock to move. Picked his way through the traffic for 6, but it'll be 4th down and 3 yards to go. And the Longhorns decide to punt it away. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. This drive will start at their own 27-yard line. Pre-snap motion, quarterback trying to get a read. They're trying to get to him. Pressure's there, and he lets it go. Hit hard just as he released it on 1st down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. He'll try it again on 2nd and 10. Skips away from pressure. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Faced with a 3rd and short from their own 32 to keep this drive alive. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. Moving out of the pocket. He's going to run it. At the 45 on his way. He gets the job done, picking up the 1st down, then getting down. Looking to move it through the air. That's caught. It's York. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Line getting set on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. And the pressure gets to him. Down goes the quarterback.
Yeah, and this defense just putting the cherry on top of the sundae. They've been all over the place. They've done a great job. Their offense has built a huge lead. We're just counting down the minutes on the clock now.
Even if they don't convert, picking up a few would give them a decision to make on 4th down. It's 3rd and long from the 45. Oh, he's going to try to hit him over the top. Oh! Looks downfield for the big catch. He'll be brought down at the 3-yard line. An explosive play in the passing game has him on the doorstep.
It's a beautiful pass and catch. I love the job the quarterback does manipulating the defense with his eyes. He froze that safety, and that allowed his receiver more room to work his route.
First down here with time for maybe one more play until the 2-minute warning. Slams ahead. And he'll take it in for the touchdown. It won't have much impact on the outcome of the game, but it is a fabulous parting gift, a consolation prize, if you will. On to attempt the try.
The kicker is on for the extra point.
Splits the uprights.
The extra point.
So it's an 80-yard drive. And close the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run.
To kick it off. Texas.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And he did a good job bobbing and weaving and finding a little bit of running room on that return. So now the Longhorns take over and they'll send out the offense. He breaks a tackle. Nice stiff arm there, but the defense still able to stop him for a short gain. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. From the gun, running back gets to give. Just sort of a relentless run, getting everything that was available to him, and they'll mark him down at the 40.
Brings up third down.
They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. They'll get him on the ground at the 46, and it'll be a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Guys, this is a really good win for this ball club as they put together consecutive victories.
And this season, that's what you got to do. You got to put together good weeks, build on each other, build that momentum, continue to grow as the season goes along.
Yeah, David, it's all about building confidence, and it's really important for these players to go out, work hard in practice, and see that hard work really pay itself off on game day. This is a team that's really starting to believe in itself.
That's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, our entire broadcast team, I'm Reese Davis. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Welcome to Boone Pickens Stadium, Stillwater, Oklahoma, home to the Cowboys of Oklahoma State. Pistol Pete ready to start firing those pistols for the battle we have in store. This game today could be an inflection point for both of these teams, as each hoping to use it as a springboard to get into the top 25. As we'll see a squad from the Pac-12, the Washington Huskies, taking on a team from the Big 12, the Oklahoma State Cowboys. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, David Pollock, and Jesse Palmer with me. Guys, it's time to get it going. Boys, we'll kick it off to get us underway. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. The Huskies offense takes the field for the first time today. And this big fella can beat you in a number of different ways in the passing game, David.
Yeah, so much fun to have a guy that I can rely on, that can beat guys over the middle of the field, that can beat man-to-man coverage. This guy's the ultimate weapon.
And I love that this guy has an awesome catch radius. You don't have to be perfect as a quarterback when you throw to him. He can make you look good.
Pulls it and fires to the left. At the 40, there he goes. Hit the afterburners, kid. Inside the 10. Touchdown, Washington. He broke away from the defense, and they couldn't catch him. Well, that couldn't have gone any better.
It's so great for an offense to come out right out of the gate and score a touchdown on your opening drive. It just helps the offense establish that rhythm that is so important. It'll be interesting now to see how this offense does the remainder of this contest.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the PAT makes it 7-0. They wasted no time on that drive. 2 plays, touchdown just like that. The kickoff team takes the field to boot this one away. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. The Cowboys offense will go to work for the first time. And you'd better be sharp throwing the football to the outside, Jesse, because both of these teams have lock-up corners.
And they're really good at baiting you into throwing their way as well. You've got to be careful. And, David, I like these guys, too, because they're not afraid to get their face in the fan and support the run game.
No doubt. It's fun because when you're a defense and you can shut down half the field, you can do so many different things to give other guys help because you trust these guys on an island outside.
They couldn't connect on second down, now staring at a 3rd and 9. Getting some heat. And the quarterback caught up to and sacked at the 12.
Really impressed with how this team has seized momentum here, playing on the road in this hostile environment. Their offense gets it first. They march down the field. They put up some points. And here's the defense now on their first drive, getting a critical sack on 3rd down.
And the Cowboys will punt this one away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. Makes a move. Oh, he left him grabbing. And they'll haul down the returner to start us on the next drive. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Boy, David, they would love to stack another touchdown on top of that last drive.
And this offense did such a good job on the last drive. Everything in rhythm, moved the ball down the field, didn't make those mistakes, Jesse, and they need to do it again on this one.
Yeah, you're right. They had the defense on their heels. You wonder what sort of communication was going on that sideline. What sort of changes were they able to make, because they got to stop the bleeding right now.
The throw to the outside is complete. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. Scanning the field, it's Jennings. Using the quick game. Moving deeper into enemy territory. Move the chains, it's 1st down at the 27. 3rd down, a lot of times it comes down to not necessarily who's the most open, who do you trust the most?
Yep, it's not about the X's and the O's. It's about the Jimmys and the Joes. And when my guy's better than you and I get you matched up out wide and I know I trust you, I'm finding you.
Back to the air one more time. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. Operating in the red zone here on second down. The give to the running back from the shotgun. They get him down after a 4-yard gain to the 6. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big third down in the red zone. From the gun, wants to pass. Looking for the score. He's got it in the end zone. Touchdown, Huskies.
And how about the offense? They spread them out. Everybody spread wide. Easier to read a defense when you do that. They find the matchup they want, and they get rewarded with the score.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. The astronauts just shocked the world. They proved that they are battle-tested and ready for all challenges after going on the road and pulling out a massive win. The circle of life in college football, where one team moves on feeling like kings and the other heads home licking its wounds.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. Offense breaks the huddle. It's third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a fourth down. The Cowboys will call on their punt team. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. He'll field the punt and try to make something happen. This guy is a daring punt return man. He's not going to settle for the fair catch. A solid return gets a little bit of ground for the offense. Looking to throw, it's Jennings. Takes the easy one to the back. Crosses the 30, he's got away. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. Part of the DNA of the Washington offense has been a guy who can get it done with his arm.
And just finding a guy that makes everybody around you better. They can make the right decisions. They can highlight your skill positions. That's what get the Washington fans going crazy, going nuts, and that's when they have those great football teams.
They'll try the run. They'll give him maybe one on the play. It's down to the 20. Washington wants to go quickly. Trying to move the sticks on third down through the air. He finds his man. He threw that one with some serious heat. This senior quarterback doesn't need a lot of space to get it in there. They'll throw it on first down. And he's got it! Touchdown, Washington! These guys are really hitting their stride in week 4 as they push out that lead.
The great thing about spreading a defense out, I can see where the blitz is coming from. I can see where they're weak. I can see my matchups. Nice job by the offense, spreading them out, taking advantage of their matchup, and getting in for the score.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Washington, 21. Oklahoma State, 0.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. Off play action on first down. And the pressure gets him back at the 8-yard line.
Well, with his speed, they're going to keep blitzing him over and over because you'll get results like that right there. Kind of reminds you of Joe Kelly, a great linebacker at Washington in the 80s, or maybe Mason Foster as well. Those guys could go sideline to sideline, but they could also blitz. This guy can do it all.
Let's see if they can get out of their own way on 2nd and long from the 8. From the gun, running back on the move. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Catch in the middle, it's Schneider. And they stop him just short of the stick. It'll bring up a decision on 4th down. And the Cowboys will punt it away on 4th down. This is a spot you see many returners try to take a chance, but not this time. The fair catch just inside the 40. Running back searching for a hole. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. Dropping back, it's Jennings. Gets it out fast. And the big fella couldn't elude the cornerback who makes a sure tackle. They'll come to the line at the 42, facing a 3rd and long. Immediately fires to the middle. And they finally haul him down, but not before the good catch and run. Washington coming to the line with another first down. Use the play fake, now to throw. And that one falls incomplete, trying to get a chunk play on that one. Let's see if they go back to the air on 2nd down. Off play action. He tosses one high and deep down the left side. And this is dropped. Incomplete pass. He had a huge gain in his fingers and he couldn't hold on. Looking to throw it again. Got him downfield. Touchdown, Huskies. And once he found daylight, it was Katie bar the door, baby. Wait, can I get the director to give me a replay of that? I want to count the defenders. 1, 2, 3. I mean, there's no way they had 11, right?
I mean, that is frustrating. Defensively, what are you taught? Like, make them earn it, right? Play man, press up on them, make them earn it, make them go the length of the field, don't give up big plays. Or just give up big plays and don't have anybody in the camera shot and don't have anybody there to even miss a tackle.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And the points come on a pass from 39 yards out. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. Maybe they learned something from their opening script of plays, David, but other than that, this has been an abject disaster.
And I think they learned what not to do. I mean, this has been an abject disaster. They haven't done anything right, offense, defense. Farmer, this one's ugly, and it's still early.
Yeah, I'd normally say, well, it's first quarter, just don't worry about it. There's time, but
worry.
This is the worst start you possibly could have had. So they need to score a touchdown right here.
They're setting up the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. The give to the back. And you can forget running in the middle against this defense. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Setting up the screen. Not a whole lot of room there on that screen pass as it just never developed. That last completion still leaving them with a 3rd down. He's got the back in the middle. And the first guy couldn't get him, but the second one does, but not until he picks up the first down. The Cowboys are rolling down the field. Quick release by the QB. Both these teams just outside the top 25 and really needing to win a game like this to vault their way into the rankings.
And it's just amazing winning a game like this, what it can do for your program, right? Recruiting, your confidence, everything is better when you've got the number beside your name. And David, one of these two teams is going to get that number if they pull out the win.
No doubt, and you continue to start the season off and build, right? Because you started with preseason, you start with getting into the year, and now you're starting to build and build and build and build that momentum. Getting a win against a really good team, finding out who you are, can set the tone for your season.
Finds his tight end. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. And the Cowboys are threatening in the red zone. Power football with the run. Made a little something out of that run. He picked up a couple down to the 14. Second down coming up on this red zone opportunity. Here's the handoff. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. He makes the connection. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. And on 4th down, they'll try to put 3 on the board. And he'll boot one from the right hash. He ought to be able to navigate that angle from this distance. Just drives it between the uprights. After putting up a 3 spot in the kickoff unit, set to go. On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Got his man quickly. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down.
Brings up 2nd down.
Handoff from the gun. Defense in the right spot. They stop him after a gain of 2 to the 28. Looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 28. They'll try to move the chains on the ground. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Washington sends out the punt team. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. Offense making its way onto the field to start the drive. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. And there was nowhere to go for this quarterback, and down he goes.
Well, we talked to the offensive staff coming into this one. They knew going up against the top 25 defense with respect to sacks per game that they had to do a good job protecting the QB, but they have not been able to get that done so far. They've already now allowed 3 sacks in this game.
That is the last thing you want on 1st down as an offensive sack. Now it's 2nd down. The give out of the gun. Nice move to stay on his feet. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. He's going up top. And he's got it inside the 30-yard line. And he's brought down after a huge completion.
And what a huge play for the offense. Hitting that throw not only is big for their confidence, but it also flips the field.
The Cowboys have it with a 1st and 10. The give to the tailback. They make the stop after a pickup of 3 just inside the red zone at the 19. Got 3 on 1st down at 2nd and 7. He's looking to throw. He's got it on the move. They go up top to get it down to the 5-yard line as they try to pay off this drive. And the Cowboys line it up with a 1st and goal. Pressure coming. And he can't find his man in the end zone as he was trying to pay off this red zone chance. And the defense stopped them again on 2nd and goal. Little touch pass to the receiver. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. They've already squandered a couple of chances to score touchdowns in the red zone, and now another opportunity. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Cowboys!
And I love it. I love the physicality of this offense. It's 3rd and goal. I trust my offensive line to pave the way, give the ball to my running back, and know he's going to physically punch this thing into the end zone.
Well, Lining up to add another.
Kicker on for the extra point.
And the extra point cuts the lead to 28-10. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
A lot of eyeballs on your game, guys, and a few on this interesting matchup as well. Utah has the lead right now, but this Rice-Eccles crowd is restless. They just haven't been able to separate themselves yet today. They're up by 7 over the Sharks. We'll circle back if anything big happens you need to know about.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on him for us. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up.
One of the things I love about these misdirection-type plays is that you can pull offensive linemen and get extra bodies at the point of attack. So you're setting yourself up with good angles if you execute it properly, David, and you saw it right there.
And saying the word angles means a lot because that's exactly what you do. Now I can block down and I can leave somebody unblocked, pull around, kick him out, use misdirection in the backfield. Really just get your eyes as a defense on something else and then go the other direction. Nice misdirection play call by this offense.
Trying to beat the D deep. He's got it on the left. And he got away from the defense and takes it in. Touchdown, Husky.
You know, sometimes as a play caller, you just don't have to overthink things. I've got a guy who's faster than your guys, and he's just going to run straight down the field. I'm going to throw it way down the field. He's going to make the catch, and we're going to score a touchdown, and that's pretty much what just happened there.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
35, Oklahoma State, 10.
On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. They'll give it to the back. They finally get him on the ground with a big running play moves to change for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. To the air on first down. Caught over the middle. It's Schneider. And he laid the lumber to stop him from getting the first down. And here comes the offense on second down. Quarterback on the keeper. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. They'll line up right at the 48-yard line on first and 10. The lone back's got it. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost one on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. To the ground with the back. Runs through the tackle. He was able to reach into his bag of tricks and use it to pick up a few extra yards. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. Trying to pick it up on the ground. Now they're really starting to threaten as they pick up the first down at the 34-yard line.
A first down.
We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you.
35, Oklahoma State, 10.
Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Using his legs to buy some time. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. They'll line up for a second down play. Leaves it with the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They'll snap it from the 28 in field goal range, but it's 3rd and short. From the gun, wants to pass. Quick strike complete. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down. The Cowboys come to the line with a new set of downs. They're going to run it. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Got some work to do after that last play. 2nd and 13. Now the play fake. Buys a little time with his feet. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit. They'll come to the line needing 4 yards for a first down. They're already 2 for 2 on this drive. Looking to throw. Pocket starts to collapse. And the defense makes a play, and they get the quarterback down at the 26.
And giving up 3 sacks a week ago. Now you've already given up 4 sacks. They got to find a way to protect their quarterback. Give him a little bit more time.
And for the second time tonight, they'll trot out the field goal kicker. He'll try to put up the 3 ball from 43 yards away. Right down the boulevard, it's good.
That makes the score Washington 35, Oklahoma State 13.
After putting 3 on the board, the kickoff unit ready to go. From inside the 10, here he comes. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Wide open downfield. And they don't drag him down until he gets all the way to the 46-yard line.
Yeah, and you see some quarterbacks who hesitate to throw the ball in the middle. I love it when you attack the whole field. And the middle of the field and being able to throw over linebackers and between safeties is a big skill. But show that defense. You will attack everyone.
And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have held on. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. And he just kept running, and he ran away from the crowd, and he'll take it in. Touchdown, Washington.
Each and every week, I think this coaching staff does such a good job of scheming ways to get this guy the football in the passing game, and defenses can't cover him. With that last catch, this now his 10th receiving touchdown on the season.
PAT unit on the field. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they finish with a big play, a touchdown strike from the 46. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Off the play fake on first down. Finds a spot in the middle. They get him on the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. Now on 1st and 10 from the 27. They'll leave it with him. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. They'll go to the ground. At the 35, he's open. And he'll pick up the first down after a tough run there. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, they'll try the middle. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Got a little work done on first down, now back to the line. After the run, now to throw. Quickly complete. They get him on the ground after he gets enough to move the sticks. On first down, here comes this offense. He's going to pass. Oh, he had him right down the middle, and it just squirted right through his fingers, and they miss an opportunity for a nice play on first down. This time, he's got his man. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down. He'll just keep slinging it. Looking deep down the right side. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a 4th down. And the Cowboys line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. And the ball will bounce at the 4 and find its way into the end zone for a touchback. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. Looking downfield, it's Jennings. Takes the easy throw in the flat. Oh, what a cut! And good blocking in space out there to give him enough room to pick up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Makes the grab. And he's brought down after a nice gain. Let me tell you, this senior quarterback can flat fit it in a tight window. They go to the ground. And the defense snows him under after a very short gain. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll run play action. Looking down the middle. He's got it. He's all the way down to the 27-yard line, and they are threatening. Washington has it and a fresh set of downs. Looking to go up top on first down. Release to the back. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Couldn't make the play on first down. They'll try it again. 2nd and 10 from the 27. Lets it fly deep downfield. Ball into the end zone, and it's intercepted. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
QB's got to pick and choose their spots when they want to be really aggressive and try to fit balls in tight windows. Great job by the DB making a big play, getting the ball back to its offense.
Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. Leaves it with the running back. Just a pickup of a couple out to the 15-yard line. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. The give from the gun. Pushes ahead for 2. They'll mark it at the 17. Wow, this offense is just stuck in the mud. They've already punted 4 times, and it's 3rd down now. And the ball comes out. What a disastrous play. He's got the ball, and he'll try to pick up a few.
Woo. Deep breath, right? Man, you fumble that thing, you cough it up. You're like, oh, I really appreciate you, brother. I can't tell you how much I thank you because the coaches would have been all over me, but big-time break for the offense.
Really good job by the coverage team to make the stop, and that's where they'll put it in play. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. They'll crank up this drive with the pass. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. To the air, it's Jennings. Looking for the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Huskies.
Touchdown.
When he let that go ahead and signal touchdown. He knew it was safe.
And most of the time you hear about those 50-50 balls out wide. Nowadays, with these guys that are so big and strong and so good at going and getting the ball, it's more like 80-20. And you could see just so hard to defend the fade route.
Ready to try the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Week in and week out, guys, you never know what's going to happen in college football. Check this out. Troy is ahead in this one. This team plays a fun brand of football there in the Fun Belt, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 7 over Ohio. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside. Hammers ahead for a yard out to the 12. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Quickly complete. That's a nice pickup to give them some breathing room, and they've got it out to the 27.
And that's first down.
He'll do it himself. They knock him down right there. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. Give to the running back. They make the stop after a gain of 3 to the 31. How bold will they be on third down after that last run? From the gun, wants to pass. He's moving out of the pocket. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. The Cowboys are moving quickly down the field. The give to the back. We've seen a ton of this tonight. They just keep giving him the ball, and he keeps running into brick walls. Not much running room again. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. The corners are walked up tight. They've been very good at moving the chains on third down. 2 for 2 on this drive. This time they need 6. And the incomplete pass will bring up fourth down. And the Cowboys will try to pin them back with the punt. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. He'll field the punt and take it back. And they'll get him down after the return at the 27-yard line. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Out of the chute, quick toss to the right. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. Ran the ball on first down. Let's see what they do on second. Give to the back. Still running at the 40. Gets it to the 46-yard line. First down for this offense. Wideouts all wadded up in a bunch. To the air, it's Jennings. Throws to the back. Quick completion on the out route. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. And they'll come to the line with less than a yard to go. Grabbed behind the line, it's Hines. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion, but they lost yardage. Here on third down for this offense. Just what they were looking for, and he's got him set up in business at the 35 with a first down. The Huskies come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Pulls and fires complete. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. Snap's going to come from the 23 on 1st and 10. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Going to be a gain of about 3 down to the 21. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. From the gun, the ground game. They make the stop after a pickup of 3. Ball's at the 18. Washington hoping to make this defense bow down in the red zone. From the gun, he'll try to throw for it on third down. And they'll stop him inside the 5, but the defense is backed up in the shadow of its own goalpost. They want to throw it. Going for 6. Can't make the grab as he was looking for his man right at the goal line. Can the D deny them on 2nd and goal? He's looking to throw. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
Man, this has been a struggle for this offense, protecting their quarterback. It's priorities, mission number 1, right? Every single game you go into last week, I think a lot of the reason they lost was because they gave up so many sacks and hits on their quarterback.
It's still 3rd and goal. Wants to throw. It's Jennings. Trying to get to him. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
And that is priority number 1 for defenses. Get to the quarterback. Affect him. Get hits on him. They do it right here. Get their first sack of the game. Last game, by the way, last time out, they had 5. Let's see what this defense can continue to do.
And they'll have to settle for a field goal try. And the kicker delivers the 3 to salvage that drive. Well, that's just piling on. Not the penalty kind, just the mean kind.
And 3 more on the board, and this kicker is starting to get a reputation starting off the season. Hasn't missed yet. Nice to have a guy that you can really, really depend on.
They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Oklahoma State has it back and the offense is on the field. Feeling some heat. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back at the 16.
Another sack on the day. This offense has to do something different. Maybe bring in more bodies, run max protection, keep more guys in to block, only send a couple guys out to run pass patterns. You got to do something different. But bottom line, you got to protect that QB.
This pass rush has just been relentless, and you can bet your bottom dollar they're about to bring the heat again. Dialing up a second down pass play. Back open in the middle. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. We've made our way to the 2-minute warning, and now they'll try to at least cut a little something off of this lead before the break. Gets it out quickly. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. The Cowboys will send out the punt unit. He gets a block. Coverage team gets the job done, and they'll mark him down at the 38-yard line. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. He'll start this drive firing. Makes a connection. And at this point, the defense looks as if they've been in one of those dizzy bat races. They've got no idea where the ball's coming from. He's over 500 yards passing.
Yeah, this is a Heisman Trophy level performance from this guy. The accuracy, the decision-making, the athleticism, everything has been on display.
They'll use a timeout right before halftime, maybe time for one or two more plays. Time dwindling away as they try to put points on the board right before the half. Finds his big tight end. We've got a timeout in the waning seconds of the half. Maybe a chance to get off a couple more plays. And here comes the field goal unit for the second time tonight. Absolutely perfect. And they just tack on a little more to this gargantuan lead.
And this guy has been a machine all season long. He is absolutely automatic. You know you're getting 3 points when this guy jogs on the field.
That late in the half field goal always gives you a little boost going to the locker room, and they'll need to finish off these final few seconds and not allow them to answer. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. It's first down, but the offense is just going to take a knee and go to the locker room. First half in the books. Time now to join Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Fellas, you've been calling a magnificent game there so far in Stillwater. It's been a fun start to this one, and this offense has really been the story. They've opened up a sizable lead, and unless something drastic changes, things might get even more out of hand. A combination of lethal efficiency, and that offensive line has been the key. They've mauled that defense and also just about broken their will. With that said, let's send it back to the guys at Boone Pickens Stadium.
Washington about to boot it deep to start things in the second half. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. Nothing went right in that first half, and the first order of business here. Try not to be embarrassed any further.
But the comeback is possible. Remember 2006, Michigan State down 35 to Northwestern at halftime? They somehow came back and won the game. But it all starts on one play, and that has to happen here on this first drive for the offense.
Yeah, the first possession, because your possessions, you're only going to get so many possessions, and you've got to score on every single one of them. Offense, defense, special teams have to play out of their mind, but they have to believe.
And more yards after contact. Really nice job there by both guys to throw and the catch to work that defense and get the first down.
First down for the offense.
And the pass is incomplete, but there is a flag down on the play. Let's see what that's about.
Ineligible receiver. Downfield. Offense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. They'll move it back, and it's 1st and 15 for this offense. He'll keep it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Now on 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd down.
He's looking to throw. He's right on target. Stopped after making the catch. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. And the completion to the sideline, a solid pickup, but not enough for the 1st down. And the Cowboys will bring the punt team onto the field. And that one will sail out of bounds. No chance for a return there. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. One back in the backfield, and they'll give it to him. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Hand off from the shotgun. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets him out to the 25-yard line. They'll go to the air on 3rd and short. Fires into traffic, picked off. Taking it the other way. And he's going to take it all the way. Touchdown, Cowboys! Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And it's perfect. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Terrific showdown this week, guys. Let's take a look at what's going on. Louisiana Tech is down right now, but this young man under center today has shown some moxie. We could see a legend born in Ruston today. They're trailing by 11 to Central Michigan. We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. He's looking to throw. Or did he find a hole in that secondary? Flying down the right side. He's at the 10. Touchdown, Washington. And the pummeling has started.
This offense is high octane, boy. You just saw it. Not a lot of time needed for them to go all the way and score 6. Well done.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
Washington, 62. Oklahoma State.
He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. They'll run the RPO and throw it right. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. 2nd down coming up. He's looking to throw. And he really needed to hold on to that one, but it was not loose, and 3rd down is coming. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. A strike downfield. Hit the gas, kid, wide open ahead. And he'll take it to the house. He got loose. Touchdown, Oklahoma State.
this receiver is dangerous because of what he can do after the catch. Once he has the football, he is so good at making defenders miss. You saw it on that play.
He'll try to tack on one more.
For the extra point.
Bangs it through for an extra point. Quick strike offense on that three-play scoring drive. And they finish it off with a scintillating big play. 83 yards on the touchdown pass. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Fires one high and deep. The receiver was doubled and they picked it off. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say this guy's going to be getting a helmet sticker. That now his second interception of the game. He has just been lights out here today.
Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. He'll pull it on the read. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Went to the running game on first down. Now here they come again. They go to the draw. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. From the gun, wants to pass. Gets open down the middle. He gets it oh so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. Fourth down, and the punt team sends it the other way. No opportunity to run it back as the ball goes out of bounds. The offense basically has the whole field in front of them, backed up close to their own end zone. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. The play action fake. Unloads to the right. Pulls it in. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down.
At the 24-yard line. That's a first down.
They're working that left side. At the 40, there he goes. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense.
First down for the offense.
And the Huskies come to the line with a new set of downs. Trying to find his man on first down. The quick out. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. Picked up some yardage with that completion, now 2nd down. Using the quick game. He steps out of bounds, but he's got a first down on the play. Offense working from the pistol. It'll be a draw. He works his way inside the 30 down to the 29 and picks up a first down. They're about to run a dirty half-dozen plays on this drive. Makes his connection. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup. 2nd and short now after that completion. The inside handoff. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down. Keeping it on the ground on 1st and goal. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Single back formation, and they give it to him. Relentless, tough running gets it down to the 4. 3rd and goal, where defensive coordinators have to make a stand. From the gun, wants to pass. Bought a little time, lets it go. Touchdown, Huskies! And the stomping has commenced.
Number 2 with the grab and the score.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
69, Oklahoma State, 27.
Here's the return from inside his 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. Off play action on first down. Unloads to the wideout. Got his man downfield. And defense got gashed, but they finally get him to the turf at the 47.
And as a defense, you have to be aware, just because this guy lines up all the way to the right, that doesn't mean he's going to run routes all the way across your face. They lost track of him, and because of that, it was a big explosive play.
Quarterback on the keeper. And he does a really nice job finding open space and making a good gain before the stop is made. He's looking for a man on second down. And they can't make the connection. Ball just inside the 40 at the 39. It's third and short. They'll try to power their way ahead. That'll be enough for the first down as they mark it down at the 31-yard line. The Cowboys look to keep this drive humming. Wants to throw on first down. Snags it over the middle.
It's a nice job running the in route there by the receiver, and the best thing he did after he made his break, he didn't trail and fade away. He actually attacked the football. That's a good lesson for young receivers out there watching.
Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the first down. From the 17-yard line, it's first and 10. Trying to cap this drive with the pass. Got his man. Takes it all the way down to the 4 after making the grab, and they're set up. And the Cowboys trying to get a touchdown on first and goal. Motion from the offense. A first down run in the red zone. This has been happening all night. They stubbornly keep giving him the ball, and the defense is all over it. On second down, wants to throw it. Reels it in the end zone. Touchdown, Oklahoma State.
No doubt who the quarterback was going to on that play. Down close, by the goal line. There was only one dude that could make that play, and the quarterback found it.
Lining up for the PAT. Right down the middle. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Guys, let's get you up to speed on what's going down in this fun college football game today. Mississippi State is ahead early in Stark Vegas, but that's not exactly Dak Prescott out there. This game is a long way from being over. They're up by 7 over Buffalo. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. Finds that crease, and he's got 4 out to the 29. You got to think they'll try to muscle their way forward on 3rd and short from the 29. He's got it down the middle. Really good job to pick up a chunk of yardage and get it out to the 39-yard line. They'll try the run. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll run behind the big guys on the right. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. And that last run leaves him with a 3rd down. Will they keep it on the ground? Motion trying to get the defense to show its hand. Gets it out fast. That'll be enough for the 1st down, and they'll mark it at the 48. Washington has it and a fresh set of downs.
And that's good enough for a 1st down.
He's looking to throw it. Gets rid of it. Grabs it in the middle. Brought down at the 38. It's a pickup of 10 and a 1st down. He wants to throw. He let that thing fly quickly, but he couldn't make the connection. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. Now they'll run the draw. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. 9th play of the drive coming up, but this one will be tough. 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. He's got his man. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the 1st down marker. The Huskies will be forced to boot it away. 2nd time today they've been forced to punt. And the return man will have no chance as the ball sails out of bounds. Oklahoma State hoping to get the Pistols firing on offense. Running back searching for a hole. And this one will be stopped for no gain. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. He'll do it himself. And he finds enough running room, and he's marked down at the 20. A 3rd and short coming from their own 20-yard line. They'll try to get the 1st through the air. Grab near the marker. It's Schneider. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the 1st down. These routes have some reads and adaptability built in, and the big fella found that cushion and made the play.
Man, it's so awesome how much offenses have evolved. They know exactly what they're getting, where to sit down, quarterback, tight end, on the same page, gets the 1st down.
They'll snap it from the 26 on 1st down. Looking to move it through the air. Just a bit of a misfire there as they can't make the connection. And the incompletion brings up a 2nd down. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. A collision, and he stopped at the 27 after picking up 1. Ball's at the 27. This offense facing a 3rd and long. Wants to go up top. Pressure in his face, and he lets it fly.
And the defense at this point understands that the offense is going to have to try to throw the football, all right? They already got a lead, so they're now pinning their ears back and getting after this guy, trying to get him to the ground.
He's got great speed. They'll put a stop to that return as he gets it up to the 41-yard line. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Man, David, that last drive, an exercise in frustration, just couldn't pay it off for the score.
Yeah, and I think this defense is riding the bend but don't break philosophy. Don't give up explosive plays. This offense, Jesse, has to find a way to manufacture some big plays and some scoring opportunities.
Man, I don't know if they're going to win, David, if they have to keep driving 8, 10, 12 plays. You're right. You got to find chunk plays somewhere. So identify the guys that can score touchdowns and get them the ball.
It's complete on the right side. Ripped off a huge chunk play on that one as he gets the 1st down before he steps out of bounds.
Love the individual effort by the wide receiver after the catch, making people miss, showing you the speed. Now he set up his offense down in the red zone.
Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. He rolls all the way down to the 5-yard line before they finally get him stopped. Washington comes to the line with a 1st and goal. From the gun, looking for a man. Got it! And they're able to get him on the ground. Now the offense tries to punch it in on 2nd and goal. He's looking to throw. It's incomplete. He was shooting for the end zone right there. 3rd and goal for the offense. They're going to run it. Did everything he could to discard the tacklers, but he was just able to get back to where he started. On 4th and goal, no thought of the field goal. They'll go for the touchdown. Touchdown, Huskies! And the route is on.
And how about this offense? A big situation on 4th and goal, and you trust your running back. You trust your offensive line. You trust the physicality of this unit, and they reward that trust, and they punch it in for 6.
Getting set for the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. So that's a 59-yard touchdown drive. And they finish it off with a short plunge into the end zone.
Oklahoma State.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. One final play before the end of the quarter. Comes out throwing on 1st down. And the pressure was too much. They get him at the 15.
6 yards on the play. Brings up 2nd down.
We've been treated to an aerial show by these two guys so far as you check out their numbers.
Washington, 76. Oklahoma State, 34.
I guess if you're an optimist, the stage is set for a massive 4th quarter comeback. On 2nd down, he'll fire. Got the back over the middle. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. He makes the catch. Works his way to the 41, and that is plenty to give him a 1st down. The Cowboys come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Going up top on 1st down. Here he goes breaking the pocket.
Welcome to the frustrating reality of college football. Like, the guy at the quarterback spot, he can just do that. Pull it down, get positive yards, makes the defense have to account for him every single play.
He's got his man. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down. He's going to pass. He'll try to do it himself. And he has a solid gain on the play before sliding. And here comes play number 6 of the drive. On 2nd down, just keeps firing. Throws to the wideout. He's got an open man. And they finally get him stopped, but it's a big throw and catch, and he's down at the 5.
You know, as the head coach of this team, this is one positive you're going to take away from this game, is that your players don't quit, and they're still willing to fight. There's obviously a lot of things they've got to iron out offensively, and we've seen that today. But I do love the grit they're showing here late, still trying to make plays.
Falls incomplete, and he did everything perfectly except catch the football. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
And this defense came to play. They know about the high-profile QB. They rose to the challenge and dominated the competition today. They took care of business, and they made no doubt about who's the better football team.
3rd and goal coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Lets it fly. And it's incomplete as he was trying to finish the drive with a score. And this kicker has had a busy night. The field goal unit is out there for the 3rd time. Never a doubt. And they'll put 3 on the board, but the deficit remains huge. They'll kick it away after putting up a field goal on that last drive. On the run from inside his own 5. And the returner will be brought down. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. They'll leave it with the lone back. Punches ahead, they'll give him a yard to the 13. didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9.
Second down coming up.
They're looking for an advantage to the right. Just a pickup of a couple out to the 15-yard line. Now facing a 3rd and long. They'll see if they can find some running room on the right here. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. Washington sends out the punt team. A fair catch is called for and made just across the 50-yard line. Guys, this offense will go back on the attack. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Working that left side now. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. This offense has a 2nd down play. He's looking to throw. Zings it complete to the right. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. They have work in front of them on 3rd and short from the 42.
3rd down coming up.
From the gun, wants to pass. Takes a hit as he fires. And that pass is intercepted. Didn't get a chance to show off those return skills, but he gives his offense the ball at the 29.
Man, this defense did a perfect job understanding the situation. You know you got the lead. You know they're going to be passing. And you come after the quarterback, get the big hit. You get pressure on the quarterback, good things happen, and they make the big INT.
And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. The give to the back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. A negative play to open the drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. He's looking to throw. Makes the grab down the middle. And he's knocked down.
And the offense here dialed up a really good zone read. Give credit to the offensive coordinator. He called the right play at the right time.
He'll be stopped short, picks up 1, but they're facing 4th and 1. The Huskies will be forced to boot it away. He's getting plenty of work. 4th time we've seen this guy punt it today. On the move, looking for a little sliver of hope. He's brought down, but a really solid effort to pick up every bit of yardage he could on the punt return. They'll throw it on 1st down. Fires on the move. And the senior would love to have that one back. Just a little too much on the pass. And the incompletion brings up a 2nd down for this offense. He's looking to throw. Slings it. Fires and picked off.
And as a defensive lineman late in the game, man, when you know it's past, you're pinning your ears back, trying to get to the quarterback. And DBs are trying to do this. Pad them stats, get the INT. Nice job by this D.
The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. The run to the left. And they try the middle of this defense, and that is not happening. Got stuffed on 1st down. It's 2nd and 10. From the gun, to give, looking for room. And he is swarmed under a host of defenders there to make the stop. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. And they did not let him reach the line to gain. It'll bring up a decision here. Washington sends out the punt team. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. And that is textbook instructional video. Out of bounds right around the goal line. Power football with the run. Couldn't find any way to get out of the end zone, and they get him for a safety.
You could tell the defense smelled it. They knew exactly where they were on the field, put the pressure on him, got him down in the end zone. Safety, baby.
After giving up that safety, they'll have to boot it away and give it right back to them. Makes the catch, and now looking for just a little bit of daylight. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack.
First and 10.
Here's the handoff. And he'll pick up one. It brings up 2nd and 9. Win with the running game on 1st down, now back at it.
Second down coming up.
Trying to impose their will with the run. Creating some space, getting just enough good blocking, and they've got it up to the 47-yard line. Just shy of midfield at the 47. The defense needs a 3rd down stop. It's complete to the left. He's got enough to move the chains, and they'll spot it at the 47. Washington coming to the line with another 1st down. The give to the tailback. And they'll stop him just short of the 1st down, just inches away from moving the sticks.
At the 37. Brings up 2nd down.
They'll try the counter. Makes the stop at the 23-yard line, but it's a pickup of 15, a 1st down, and this offense is smelling the end zone. He's looking to throw it. Blasted as he lets it go. Hit hard just as he released it on 1st down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. Misfired on the last play. They'll go back to the air. And it'll be incomplete. This defense is physical in pass D. Quite a bit of work to do on 3rd down from the 23, and this D would love to force a field goal try. Going for it all. To the end zone, and it's picked off. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own.
Obviously, this game hasn't gone the way they would have liked, but coaches are always looking for positive moments and things that you can build on. How about that young man going out, getting an interception? Yeah, they're being blown out. They're probably not going to win this football game, but that is the type of play that as a coaching staff you can build on for next week's game.
He'll come out throwing on 1st down. Fires to the middle. Got his man. And he'll get it up to the 38. It'll be a 1st down. He threw that one with some serious heat. This senior quarterback doesn't need a lot of space to get it in there. Got him downfield. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a 1st down. A new set of downs after the completion. They'll throw it on 1st down. Got his man quickly. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down marker. Now on 2nd down after the short completion. He's looking to throw. Quick strike complete. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Now improvising. The quarterback scrambled around, but the defense able to scramble him and turn it into a sack.
We've seen throughout the course of the season, defenses have had their hands full with this quarterback. He's simply one of the best in the country. But what can you say about this defense here today? They have gotten after him, registering multiple sacks, and they've never let him get into a rhythm.
And the Cowboys will call on their punt team. Punt goes out of bounds, and a really nice job as they stick them deep in their own end. They'll mark it around the 10. On the ground, trying to pull the plug on this clock. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Hammers ahead for a yard out to the 12. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd down, going up top. Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the 1st down. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. And you make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. Oklahoma State has it back, and the offense is on the field. Use the play fake, now to throw. Buys a little time. Quarterback tried to scramble around for a while, but the defense able to bring him down.
And
Man, this offense just keeps trying to find something to go well. They're down so big. There's still time on the clock. Maybe they can put something together, but so far today, this has been ugly.
A big play for the defense with the first down sack. Now, advantage D as the offense comes up on second down. Off the play fake. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to fight another play.
A chance to sort of put the defense on its heels if you convert a 3rd and long. This one from the 44.
They're bringing heat. That pass is well off target. He got hit as he was trying to throw, and they can't convert on 3rd down. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense will be quite content just to drain the rest of the time away. Wide receiver shows motion. Out of the gun, they'll run it inside. And he finds enough running room, and he's marked down at the 20. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. Rides to the back. Dragged down to the turf, but not before getting the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
And that's good enough for a 1st down.
They'll give it to the back. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line.
Of 9. 2nd down coming up.
Well, this was an offensive showcase out there today. We thought it would be a high-scoring game, and it certainly delivered.
If you love offense, then you love this type of game. Both offenses going up and down the field, seemingly at will. Throwing the ball, running the ball. But, David, I feel like if you're a fan of defense, maybe this wasn't your cup of tea.
More defense optional. You didn't really get too much of that stuff, but, listen, you got to get a few stops late in the game. You got to get actually just kind of one stop with this many points that was being scored. You got the stop late. That's why you got the dub.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.